Is Herb on? Excuse me, is Herb here? Good morning. Okay, good morning and welcome to our meeting number 10, February 4th. I call this meeting to order at 10:04. Could we all please rise for the singing of our national anthem? Trustee Bird, could you please give the land acknowledgement?
Welcome to Grand Yellowhead Public School Division, a welcoming place for peoples from around the world. We wish to acknowledge that the land on which we gather this morning is Treaty 6 territory and is a traditional meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home for many Indigenous peoples. We acknowledge Treaty 8, Assiniwich-Winawak Nation, the Mountain Métis in the Grand Cache region, where some of our families, schools, and staff are located, and from where they may be joining in today's meeting located here in Edson.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome, we have some guests here, our bus drivers from the negotiation team. Welcome. As we move into February, our schools are engaged in several vital initiatives, including Black History Month, Random Acts of Kindness, and our annual Pink Shirt Day. These aren't just dates on a calendar. They are living examples of our commitment to system health and wellness. This month, we honor the rich history and enduring contributions of Black Canadians. In Alberta, the Black community represents a vast mosaic of histories that have strengthened our province. Black History Month serves as both a celebration of these achievements and a necessary reminder to continue our work in creating schools where racism has no place. That same spirit of inclusion fuels Pink Shirt Day later this month. By standing together against bullying, we remind every student in GYPSD that they are never alone. Whether it's through these formal observances or the professional growth happening at this week's Teachers Convention, our goal remains the same: a healthy, respectful, and inclusive learning environment. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, our sincere thanks goes out to our staff for their daily dedication to these values. Now I'll call upon you. Are there any changes to the agenda? Trustee Acorn.
I would like to add a motion to shift our our April meeting from April 8th.
Okay, that will be on our action items 7.2.4. Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. I would also like to add 2 items, and that would be update to policy 17, student transportation services. And also another one I would like to add is update to policy 17, appendix A, transportation fees. Thank you.
Okay, so 7.2.5 will be the update to policy 17, student transportation services. And 7.2.6 is update to policy 17, appendix transportation fees. Are there any other additions? Seeing none? Oh, yes, sorry.
That's okay. Board Chair.
Superintendent Scobie.
Right, so we'll add one more administrative report, which is the Fulham Community School Decision Timeline, which will be 11.6.
Thank you. Did you capture all of that? Thank you very much. Okay, are there any other? Seeing none, can I have somebody make the motion to approve the agenda? Trustee Bowman? All in favor? Okay, on to the minutes. Are there any corrections to the minutes for the regular board meeting of January 14th? Seeing none, the minutes will be adopted. We don't have any of our delegations here. No, but we do have a spotlight on students. We have a young man here, grade 2 student, Raver, from Mary Bergeron, who is going to perform for us today. He will be singing a song. Excellent. We'll hand it over to you, Raver.
Ravers. Why ravers, baby? We have a tradition at Mary Bergeron. Monday morning, all plus of us pile into the gym, and we have what's called M&Ms. The M's in M&M.
Yeah. Well, you're still doing them. You're going to do them for the rest of your life. Very smart, very talented, very kind. And what we learned the first time he walked on stage at M&M's, this kid can sing. So Raver's going to perform A Million Dreams from the movie The Greatest Showman. I predict here and now that Raver will become one of the greatest showmen of all time. Good prediction?
Well, what do you think? I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me that I call mine. Through the dark, through the door, through no one's been before, but it feels like home. They could say it all sounds great. They could say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in the world that we desire. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams, that's all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. The special things I can find, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They could say it all sounds crazy. They could say we've lost our mind. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away to a world that we desire. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams, that's all it's gonna take. For the world we're gonna make. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but say that you'll bring me along. What do you see? To the world I close my eyes to see. I close my eyes to see. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. New dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams, that's all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make. Happy to be with you guys.
No, thank you. Thank you, Raver. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds, for bringing him. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Now, how do we follow that? Well, I guess we'll move on to our action items. We'll start with action item 7.2.1, which is our Bus Driver Association Agreement negotiations. The recommendation is that the board formally approve and ratify the collective agreement reached with the Bus Driver Association, noting the successful conclusion of negotiations and the positive impact on operational stability. Can I have someone make that motion, please? Trustee Mines. I'm going to turn this over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thanks, Chair. Our negotiations were led by Dr. Trudy Rollins, so I'll pass it over to her. Thank you.
Good morning, Board Chair and board members. I am very pleased to announce that we engage always from a perspective of respect and looking to balance fiscal awareness with operational stability and ensuring that we, in the process, value the essential services that our transportation and our drivers bring. And engaging in this process, I think, was one that was a learning curve for all of us, but I also think led to a very successful and positive conclusion. As mentioned in the briefing, that we have concluded a very successful contract at this time. And I'm going to invite, because we have two of our negotiating team members from the Bus Driver Association with us today, Ms. Jerry Lynn Vanderhoek, and we have Serena Willis with us as well, to kind of share any of their perspectives or anything that they want to share about how they found negotiations to go. So if you want to come on over and grab a mic, you can grab mine.
Just one moment.
Oh, we have one. Okay.
I do speak kind of loud, so I feel like I don't need to get like right down in there if you can still hear me good, but we felt everything it went wonderful. Negotiations this time around, this is probably my 6th time negotiating with the committees, and every time has been slightly different, but I was really impressed with Trudy and Tash and everybody, like from the board and stuff. You guys were amazing. You were very caring and open and just well received with everything. So I really applaud you. I feel like you guys are doing an amazing job and you're breathing some new life into the division and making it feel nice and fresh and great again. It feels more like how when I first started here, and I love that, which is awesome.
This is my first time sitting on a board where negotiations were needed. So it was a little intimidating at the start, but it's extremely rewarding to be able to sit here in front of everybody that was part of the negotiating committee and have our voices heard. Being that voice for 50+ drivers and trying to make sure that everybody is happy with the outcome. I think it was extremely successful. We had a lot of praise and a lot of reviews from all of the drivers, and this was the best one that they have seen in 12+ years. So thank you for hearing our voices, and thank you for making it very pleasant. Look forward to doing it in another 4 years.
Thank you very, very much. We really appreciated the work that your team put in as well. You brought forward incredible advocacy. You really shared what was on people's hearts and minds. And I think that's one of the most important pieces of the negotiating process. It's not just fiscal pieces, it's making sure that our people feel heard, feel identified, and that they do have a voice at the table. I know one of the comments we had made at the negotiation table was that, you know, our staff are in school buildings doing incredible jobs around instruction, but in order to do their incredible jobs, we need our incredible drivers to get the kids to the schools. And so we work very symbiotically and appreciate the value that each of the drivers and the folk in the transportation department are bringing to our schools and to our people. So I thank you all for your time, for your advocacy, for just the sheer joy you brought. I think we had a lot of laughter. I don't think I've ever been in negotiations that laughed that much. Usually it's a little less friendly, but we do thank you for your time, your effort, and for everything that you did for your members and for how you were a voice for them, even though they weren't at the table. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Mines?
As the chair of the negotiating committee, I want to thank you for the extremely positive negotiations. I think I can speak for the entire committee when I say we really appreciated the items that you brought forward to our committee, which speaks to the professionalism that our bus drivers had, and they had high standards and they brought things forward, and it was wonderful. And they also helped us improve clarity in the contract for the members. So thank you very much. It was very positive.
Is there anything else? Okay, so I call to question again. The recommendation that the board formally approve and ratify the collective agreement reached with the Bus Driver Association, noting the successful conclusion of negotiations and the positive impact on operational stability. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Serena and Jerry. And we appreciate you taking your time. We just appreciate you taking your time today to come here. I know you're busy as bus drivers and lives outside of that, so it's much appreciated that you did this. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to action item 7.2.2, Joint Use Participation Agreement, JUPA, Municipality of Jasper. The recommendation is that the board approve the joint use participation agreement between Grand Yellowhead Public School Division, GYPSD, and the Greater North Central Francophone Education Region and the Municipality of Jasper. Could I have somebody make that motion? Trustee Bird. I'm going to turn this over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thanks, Chair. So the work here has been done by our Secretary Treasurer, Tash Taylor, so I will turn it over to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent and Board of Trustees. What you have before you is a new approval of a joint use participation agreement. The original was brought to the board and was approved in June 2025 on, June 18th. The reason this is before you today for a reapproval or a review and final approval is because at that time in June, the the JUPA was not agreed to by the other parties at that time. So we were a bit of ahead of things. And so what I came to learn in the fall, in my role, through communication with Conseil Scolaire Centre-Nord, their formal name is Greater North Central Francophone, but the Francophone board had not been part of any conversation up to that point. So they were wanting to have engagement on the agreement. Furthermore, the town or the municipality of Jasper hadn't had things ratified either. So we are a little bit ahead of a synchronized approach at that time. So given all those factors and me coming into the role, we thought, let's just start conversations again and take a look at this. Now, really, the agreement that you saw in June hasn't changed much, or what we're asking for adjustments on. So the first one would be the term of the agreement. I should preface, the intent here isn't to revisit the entire JUPA agreement unless you certainly have questions, but to highlight and focus on changes to what you saw in June. So the first change that's being proposed is the term of the agreement, pardon me. The draft agreement approved by the board in June 2025 was backdated to June or to 2023. And this is a bit of an unusual practice because the terms of the agreement had not been agreed to at that time. So for better practice, we all agreed that it will be in effect upon signing. So, and good for a 5-year term. So that was just a procedural adjustment and one that is rooted in better legal practice. The second change that the three parties have agreed to, or I guess in principle until it's ratified, is a removal of a governance committee. And the agreement is now drafted. And so the sentiment or the belief is that there's no longer a need for a governance committee on top of an operations committee. So the operations committee is outlined in the agreement. And essentially it's to make sure that we're implementing this and successfully, and everyone's in agreement. There wasn't a real understanding of what the governance committee would do, because this would be something outside of what's typically found in the joint use participation agreements. The other thing that why we decided or we're proposing the removal of the governance committee is that the implementation of the agreement is operational. And we already have a section in the agreement, section 7, meeting of council and boards, would provide a more strategic and regular opportunity for the board to convene with the town council. So rather than having a governance committee with a few trustees and a few council members, we felt that section 7 would be really more powerful from a strategic perspective, where the entire board and the entire council are meeting on a 2-year basis to discuss matters of interest rather than just this JUPA agreement. So currently, I guess the next steps, the three parties we've discussed, this is going to each of the boards or governing bodies around this time. So we are in sync. There's agreement. All the stakeholders, all three parties have been in conversation, and we're all in agreement. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, board members? Trustee Robinson?
Oh, yes. Thanks very much, Tash. You did answer a question I did have. Actually, first, I should mention, I thank you very much for the inclusion, trustees, with the photo opportunities. I kind of loom over the group, I see, but that I appreciate. The question I had, Tash, did have to do with the removal of the governance committee that was mentioned as a revision. And it makes sense the way you've described it. I just want to make note that it is also referenced in 3B. There's reference to the governance committee there, which maybe needs to be revised. But you can take a look at that, but that's just something that I'd noticed. I think it says reviewed every 5 years, blah, 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 undertaken by the operating and governance committees. Maybe that's still valid, but you can take a peek at that. The other question I had, or just out of information, I guess, it does say as well in the joint use that the parties meet every 2 years, I think. Councils and boards read. So I'm just curious as to what that timetable is like at this point. So was that in June then? There was a meeting? Is that? Sounds like a couple of the parties weren't engaged, so maybe there hasn't been a meeting in a while.
Thank you, trustee. To your first point with reference to 3B, thank you for that catch. It's a correction we'll need to make. So I'll share that with the others to make sure that's adjusted. To the second point around meeting every second year, I think it was just to have somewhere formally documented that this will take place. Otherwise, these meetings between council and boards are at the whim of whichever party initiates a conversation. This way, we could have taken it out, but we felt it was important to keep that in so that we can continue to ensure it takes place as we, execute the agreement, take a look at it year to year and say, have the governing parties actually met? And so it's just a marker there for us to make sure on the implementation. Now, what is different from some of the other joint use agreements we have is that there's a clause like that, but it's meeting every 4 years or once during the term. And so we did have a bit of conversation. Should that change? Should that be in alignment with others? And we just felt 2 years was probably what, ultimately the schedule is up to the board and the the council. But we just thought, let's 2 years, and if you want it to be sooner or longer in time frame, that's up to you. But we have it at a 2 year, twice per term.
Okay, thank you. So 2 years from now, then is essentially what you're saying.
No, our interpretation, and of course that's up to you, is to meet soon at some point and then go forward once this agreement's in place.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Trustee Robinson, I can speak to the fact that I've never met with the municipality of Jasper, so it would be something that we would like to look into, and we can task our administration for that. Just to clarify, Secretary Treasurer Taylor, 3B will starting with the review shall be undertaken by the operating committee, period. Following the review, the operating committee, is it operating or, operating committee shall recommend how the agreement should be amended?
Correct. So we would be bringing forward any recommendations or amendments to the signatories or the parties' signatories. So this is where things were getting a little bit unclear as who's recommending and who has authority. We felt it was easier to just have the administration take care of the putting it together, and like now bringing it forward to the board and the county or the council to discuss, approve, change, etc.
Okay. Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. My question is in regards to, so are we the first of 3 or that are going to sign off if this is approved today, or have the other ones already approved?
Thank you, trustee. The municipality, I believe, has approved it, but in their committee of the whole, and then they'll be making a ratification at the public meeting imminently. I'm not sure of the date. I intended to look at that, but they're the first, but we're close second, and I believe the Francophone School Board will be in February. We'd like to have this complete by the end of the month.
Because I understand that the government wants us to have our joint use agreements in order by June, correct?
Correct, June 10th.
June the 10th.
2026.
Okay, so the signing authorities on this joint use agreement would be the mayor along with the town manager and our board chair along with the superintendent? Is
Yes,
that how that goes?
I
Okay.
believe it's actually the mayor, board chairs of both school divisions on
Okay.
behalf of the divisions or the
Okay.
parties.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to put the motion to the floor. That the board approve the joint use participation agreement between Grand Yellowhead Public School Division, the Greater North Central Francophone Education Region, and the municipality of Jasper. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your work on this. Move on to action item 7.2.3, update to policy 13, appeals and hearings regarding student matters. The recommendation that the Board of Trustees approves policy 13, appeals and hearings regarding student matters. Can I have someone make that motion, please? Trustee Caputo. And I'll turn it over to Trustee Caputo, who is the chair of that committee.
Thank you. My question is, Katie, can you bring this policy up? Is that okay? Or should I just go through it? I'll go through it then. Okay. So if we check on our first page, which is policy 13 and 1.1, we're going to be adding in accordance with Administrative Procedure 152, Appendix A, Guide to Services and Supports, and Administrative Procedure 350, Student Conduct. And that would be on 1.1. We'd be looking of adding that on. And if you go to page page 47 of your document, and 2.4, we don't use the terminology of anymore of in camera. We use the terminology of closed session. So we would like that one to be to change that to closed session. And 2.5 would be an addition. It says trustees serving on the expulsion committee will not receive any evidence prior to the hearing in order to remain impartial. 2.5.1, the trustees may receive a physical copy of all evidence during the expulsion hearing, which will be collected by administration at the end of the hearing. 2.5.2, trustees will receive the appropriate sections of the Education Act policies and administrative procedures. This would, trustees would have this documentation before they would have it when we come to do an expulsion hearing. We would not have that information beforehand to remain impartial. And as we go down, we see 2.9.2.4. It says the expulsion committee will meet with only the committee members to deliberate. So that's when we're going to leave that the board's legal counsel may also remain in attendance. And then when we look to 2.9.2.5, should the expulsion committee require additional information, all parties will be requested to return in order to provide the requested information. And 2.9.2.6, the expulsion committee will then make a decision to either reinstate or expel the student, with the recording secretary writing their recommendations. And that would be all that would be on this policy. And we'd be looking that if it gets approved today, that the date would be for February the 4th, 2026. And that would be the change to this policy. Thank you.
Trustees, any questions? Trustee Bird?
Can we go back, Trustee Caputo, to 2.5 about receiving the physical copy of evidence? How did you come to that decision?
Well, it states in there that, you know what, if you're doing an expulsion hearing, you need to remain impartial. and you don't want to have that information before you do your expulsion hearing. So that's why you would have no information when you come into an expulsion hearing.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll read the recommendation again, that the Board of Trustees approves Policy 13, Appeals and Hearings regarding student matters. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, Trustee Caputo. On to action item 7.2.4, April 8th, 2026 public board meeting date. The recommendation is that the board approve a motion to shift the previously approved April 8th, 2026 public board meeting date to April 15th, 2026. Can I have someone make that motion, please? Trustee Acorn, over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thanks, Chair. So as we were discussing things in Committee of the Whole work yesterday, we realized that a few of us were going to be unable to attend that meeting. It's quite early in the month, just after spring break. So for those reasons, we've decided to shift it or propose the shifting to the 15th. And that's simply where we're at.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll read the recommendation again. That the board approve a motion to shift the previously approved April 8th, 2026 public board meeting date to April 15th, 2026. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Okay, action item 7.2.5, update to policy 17, student transportation services. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approves policy 17, student transportation services. Can I have someone make that motion? Trustee Bowman. I'm going to turn this over to the chair of the policy committee, Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. So I will bring your attention to policy 17, that's student transportation services. And I will start at the beginning. And what we're going to look about is instead of saying that school divisions in Alberta, we will say Alberta school divisions. We are also going to say that is subsidized by the board. That will remain on that statement. We have taken out the statements, the two statements of GYPSD funds. Yeah, we have moved them to a different part of the policy, and that's GYPSD funds full day kindergarten programming, and it is required, I'm reading it as that kindergarten students register at their attendance area school. Registration to attend non-attendance area school must be approved by principals at both the attendance area and non-attendance area schools. And this is on Administrative Procedures 300 and 305. And we have moved that statement to number 3, and it would read, GYPSD funds full day kindergarten programming, and it is encouraged that kindergarten students register at their attendance area school. Registration to attend non-attendance area school must be approved by principals at both the attendance area and the non-attendance area. Another one that we are going to be moving, and that school registration is confirmed through Power School before students are scheduled on a transportation service area route. And we're going to be moving that, and it will be number 4. School registration is confirmed through Power School before students are scheduled on a transportation service area route. The next one that we have here, and it says policy, all our other policies state the word specifically, and we're going to keep it at specifically. 2.1, Alberta Education, and now it's Alberta Education and Childcare. Just an update for that one. And if we go to 2.1.1.1, it says a child in kindergarten and students in grade 1 through 6 who reside, and we need to change that to 1.6 kilometers or more from their attending school. Another one that number 3 and 4, I have brought up that we've already changed those already. Number 5.1.1, we have taken out due to the changes in eligibility criteria. We are now, that's going to state is there will be limited seats available for ineligible service. Availability may not be known until after September the 30th. Did we have to change this one? Yes, okay. And another change here that we have, and that's 5.1.2.1, and it's children in kindergarten and students in grade 1 through 6 who reside less than 1.6 kilometers from their attending school. From 1, we need to change that to 1.6. And there's just changing in the numbering. As we go down, it would be changing again in the numbering. And then we come to 10.2, and we say parents/guardians can appeal in writing within 10 school days the decision of the Director of Transportation Services to the Secretary Treasurer. And then if we go to 10.3, the decision of the Secretary Treasurer will be communicated to the family in writing. 10.4, the parent/guardian can appeal in writing the Secretary Treasurer's decision to the Superintendent of Schools. Also in here, we'd like to add that about the administrative procedures 300 and 305. And also we would like to take out, it says legal reference. We have funding manual for school authorities. It says 2023-24. We would just like to change that to say that that would be funding manuals for school authorities, because every year they change. And that means we would have to change this if we just keep this at that. And if this policy is amended, the date of today's date would have to come into the amended column, or yes, the column that it would be amended today. And that would be the changes for policy number 17, school transportation services, student transportation services. Oh, and policy 22 as well. We would like that one to be, it's no longer.
Just to be added under the references at the bottom, we'll do the admin procedures 300, 305, and then we'll include policy 22
yeah.
as well.
Okay, because in our old one, we had it was amended, but now, okay, it's down here. Okay, that would be it for this policy.
Thank you, Trustee Caputo. Is there any questions? Trustee Mines.
I'm just curious. I know that we have our elementary school students this year, because we had funding that was continued on, and they were getting picked up at 1.0 kilometers. And next year, we don't have the funding for that, so it goes to 1.6. I don't know about all communities, but sometimes, and probably our transportation director can answer this, but I'm curious, if your child was picked up at 1.0 this year, will we still have bus stops in those areas for them then to register as ineligible riders? Does that make sense?
So we can turn it over to our Director of Transportation, Christine Van Neck, to answer that.
Thank you. There may not be the capacity to pick up those unfunded riders in the 1 to 1.6.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Seeing none, do you have? No. Oh. Okay, so I'll read the recommendation again, that the Board of Trustees approves policy 17, student transportation services. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Action item 7.2.6, update to policy 17, appendix A, transportation fees. Recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approves policy 17, appendix A, transportation fees. Can I have someone make that motion, please? Trustee Bowman? Oh, sorry, trustee Bowman. Okay. Over to you, Chair. Chair of the Policy Committee, Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. And this would be Policy 17 Appendix A, and that's transportation fees. Alberta Education provides transportation funding to school jurisdictions who are able to accommodate bus service for children in kindergarten and students in grade 1 through 6. And it used to read 1.0 kilometers. Now that has to be changed to 1.6 kilometers or more to their attending school. And students in grades 7 through 12 who live 2.0 kilometers or more to their attending school. As per the Education Act and the School Transportation Regulation, Grand Yellowhead Public School Division, GYPSD, collects fees to help address a deficit in operating funds for non-funded bus services. Unfunded and non-required services are based on the availability of bus seats on the existing bus routes. And we do have tables in here, and the tables, what they're doing is they are comparing last year of the 2025-2026 year, and what we need to approve is the 2026-2027 school year, that we need to approve those fees. So this past year, our fees for grade 1 to grade 12 was $500. We're looking of increasing that to $525. 1.2, that's a family rate of 3 or more children. 2025-26 was $1,200.
All good. No, I was just going to say, just because if they don't have it in front of them. So what we're talking about, the fees are for the ineligible rider fee. That's the first one that we're speaking of. So the ones that you're doing now, they were ineligible rider fee was 500, 525, 1,200, and then 1,250.
Okay.
Just so we know that it's the ineligible rider fee.
Okay. And the next one that we have is the out of the jurisdiction fee. Okay. So this year that fee was $500, and next year, we're going to, for grade 1 to grade 12. This year is $500, and we're looking to increase it to next year $525. And for the family rate, and that would be 3 or more children, this year is $1,200, and we're looking of increasing it to $1,250. Okay. Okay, and the next one that we have here, this is the alternate/reserve second seat fee. And this is a seat on a different bus route to ride to an alternate address, such as for childcare or co-parenting arrangements. This year, our rate was $400, and we're looking of putting that up to $425. And the family rate of 3 or more children last year was $900, and we're looking at putting that rate up to $925. And if this is approved, amended would have to say that that would be today's date. And that's what I'm putting forward.
Yeah, and I think there was one more, I think when you read the opening paragraph, the very first line says Alberta Education and Childcare, because I know you had made that amendment in policy yesterday. So on the very first line at the very top paragraph.
Yes,
So it's just Alberta Education and Childcare. We'll make sure that's included as well. It's a lot. You've now read many policies and had to read them line by line, and it's hard to go through them all in front of everybody in here.
Thank you.
Any questions, trustees? Trustee Mines?
I'm just wondering, why are we increasing the fee?
Superintendent Scobie?
Thank you, trustees. We felt that a modest increase would be fair, and since there hadn't been an increase in at least 4 years, and just with the rising cost of transportation, fuel, etc., we didn't want to overburden families, but at the same time, we did need to take a look at our costs.
Any other questions, trustees? Okay, trustee Bowman.
So if there's a family that struggles with paying that money, is there something available to them to get, help them pay for that?
Thank you, trustees. Yes, we have board policy that allows us to waive fees entirely or adjust based on economic or family circumstances. And we do have a fair number of families for which we do this for.
Thank you. Trustee Bird.
Thank you so much. Is there a formula for deciding the increase? Is it every second year, and is it a certain percentage with inflation, or? Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. We do not have a policy or procedure related to increasing. It's something we should look at probably in the future.
If we go back to the policy 17, 3.1.2, it does speak about reductions will be prorated based on the prior year's total taxable household income, which falls within 10% of the Statistics Canada low income cutoff for a 5-person household in areas under 30,000 people. So that's that formula, but I know you were asking about, but just so the trustees are aware, it's within our policy.
Thank you. If I might add to that, we do have some circumstances where we actually go above and beyond. We just know certain between the families and the principal, we make it even extraordinary circumstance decisions despite this. So just want to make that clear that we don't just stick to that all the time. It's really circumstantial that drives it.
Okay, trustee Caputo.
And I just want to bring to everyone's attention is that any of these situations, they are dealt with in a strictly confidential manner. That when this is brought forward, it's strictly confidential. Thank you.
Trustee Bird.
I'd just like to thank you for that, because every situation is unique and our public needs to know that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none. I'm going to read the
Sorry,
recommendation.
I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not see. Go ahead, trustee Robinson.
Thank you. I seem to recall, I think an example, Tash, of what you were referring to might be related to the fire, perhaps in Jasper. I believe there were some arrangements with social services for transportation in that community. So that would be an example, I think, of some conditions and, you know, an understanding that there's hardship in the case of some families. So I just want to mention it. I think that's really good. The other question I had, though, my understanding is that this is a partial cost recovery in terms of fees for riding the bus. Do you have any idea about what the percentage might be in terms of how much help it is for the division?
Thank you, trustee. We've had conversations about that, about tracking how much of a relief, the total relief we provide, but we don't have that figure currently. The other thing as well I should mention is that it's not a flat line, I guess, relief or subsidy. It depends on the family. In some cases, we provide things cost more if they live a little further out and may not, it would be cost prohibitive. So we absorb some of those costs, but we could certainly look into that. But
I was speaking more generally in terms of like even division wide, not necessarily the special circumstances that I first alluded to. So I'm not sure whether you misunderstood what I meant, or that's your answer regardless, that we're just not sure at this point how much of a subsidy it is.
Thank you, trustee. Yes, I agree with you. We do not know the extent of the subsidy that we provide.
Okay, so is there any other questions? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approves Policy 17, Appendix A, Transportation Fees. All in favor? and that is carried. Thank you for your work, Policy Committee. Much appreciated. So we'll move on. It's the board chair's report. I have a couple of things. First, I'll read my correspondence. So at our December 17th public board meeting, we tasked the administration to write an advocacy letter for the future communications protocols from the Ministry of Education and Childcare. It was around leaving boards out of communications that were going just to superintendents. And we know that at the time, the minister had kind of apologized, but we sent a letter saying, just in the future, be aware. And Minister Nicolaides did respond. And if you want, I can read it. It says, "Dear Mrs. Boblick, thank you for sharing Grand Yellowhead Public School Division Board of Trustees' perspective on the current review of how school jurisdictions allocate education funding. I appreciate the opportunity to respond. I recognize your comments about the importance of clear communication and the role of school boards in this process. As clarified in my December 17th email, there is no intent to bypass school boards or diminish their vital role in the school board governance during this review. This review is part of the government's ongoing commitment to strengthen Alberta's education system through improved efficiencies, and transparency and sustainability. Our goal is to ensure that education funding continues to support complex classroom needs and enhance student learning outcomes. Thank you again for your dedication to improving education for Alberta's students. Should you have any questions or wish to provide input as engagement continues, please do not hesitate to contact my office." So thank you. I also want to just bring forward that this month, parents, teachers, and students are invited to share their feedback through the Assurance Measures Survey. The survey is quick, confidential, and vital to our division's success. The information gathered helps confirm what is working well in our schools and identify where targeted supports or program changes may be needed to meet our academic goals. Most importantly, it highlights opportunities to strengthen student success. So I do know that principals will be sending out codes. So please look for them, or if you haven't gotten them, ask your principal. It's very important. Also too, the board met with Fulham school staff this past Monday and appreciated the opportunity to hear their ideas and enthusiasm for the future of the school. Staff shared an inspiring vision that includes horticulture, outdoor learning, land-based and foundational knowledge, agriculture, and financial management. It was clear the team is thoughtful, experienced, and forward-looking as they are already exploring how these ideas could become reality. The board looks forward to continuing these conversations and working together in an open and transparent way. What we heard from staff will be reflected in the upcoming administrative report regarding the timelines. Now I open it up to you. I guess before I go, I can do my reflection really quick. I was fortunate enough to go to all my schools and hand out appreciation for our staff. I want to thank Heavensburg Farms for making the cookies, to which I took to all my schools, and they enjoyed them immensely. They were beautiful cookies, and I thank Heavensburg for that. Now on to everyone else. Who would like to go first? Trustee Bird.
Sounds funny, Trustee Bird. But surely if you want to share about the cookies, that was fun, but you don't have to. What was very endearing again to me was the parent council meetings that both Shirley and I went to this month at Crescent Valley and Mountain View School, and we look forward to Harry Collinge's on Tuesday or Wednesday. The level of commitment, again, by all the parents in all those schools for the public good as well as the own private good of their own children is it's amazing. And these people work so hard and they dot their I's and cross their T's. I am again so proud of the parent councils and the administrative leadership. Thank you out there in cyberspace.
Go ahead, trustee Caputo.
Well, we delivered our cookies to our 3 schools, and we also delivered to the Learning Connection. And it was great to do that kind of, to acknowledge them and to thank them for what they're doing for our children.
Thank you. Any trustee Bowman? To remember the mic all the time. You wanna do the cookies or okay. Trustee Acorn and I delivered cookies to our 5 schools, and we divided and conquered. So we had a really good time dropping them off, and we wanted to thank OW Baking in Edson for providing those cookies. They were amazing. They made my car smell so good. But I also got a chance to go to Fulham's winter carnival that they had in Piers, and they were curling and they were skating and they were doing snowshoeing and playing, and it was one of the cold days, but they were all out there having a great time, and it was lovely. And I got to talk to some parents there, and it was a really nice experience. And then I also got to go to West Haven's literacy lunch and read to grade 1s, which just filled my heart. So it was, I've had so many lovely experiences, and all the PA or parent council meetings that I've been to, we're trying to hit all of them all the time. And they've been amazing. The parents there are so wonderful, like you said, Deb, and they're very supportive of their schools and their students. And it's lovely to be part of that. So. Thank you, trustee Acorn.
Well, trustee Bowman mostly got everything there. So yeah. Yeah, the school council meetings have been really great. We have such a great group of parents at all of our schools. Parkland almost has a committee, so they're looking for a few more parents. So yeah, one more. They just need one more. So that is great. We're getting there. We've got a couple more every time. Other than that, we're really looking forward. We're going to go into some of the schools on their pink shirt day and do some pancake breakfast. So we're really looking forward to that.
Trustee Mines?
Well, I was not in the country last month, but I did attend everything virtually, but I did arrange for Bite Me cookies. And wonderful Danielle delivered them to all 3 schools for me, and there were lots and lots of compliments. And I just want to state that was something that came out of the finance committee about using local bakers and keeping our funds local. And it's a heck of a lot cheaper than getting them from the city and bringing them in here. So we thought that was important as a board.
Thank you. Trustee Robinson? You're muted.
There we are. Yes, thank you. I just reiterate, I guess, the success and the pleasure of the cookie deliveries, and a bit of a shout out to Sam and Shelley Coble from Andromeda Coffee in Jasper, who supplied the goods, and they were well received. Yeah, so that was an interesting way of putting one's presence into a facility. I did so the other day at parent-teacher interviews at the high school. And Katie, you can perhaps let me know if you want the banner and the table runner back sooner than the next board meeting when I can return it to you. But I was set up in the lobby and had a chance to talk with quite a few parents and students as they were participating in that event. I hope to do that at the other school as well. Haven't had as much success as some of you with parent councils, similar to what Trustee Acorn has just said. The high school, I think, is trying to generate a parent council. The elementary school, there's been some conflicts with our board meetings. And medical situations that I haven't been to one of those yet, but I am scheduled to join our parent council at Ecole Jasper Elementary School in this month, and I'm quite looking forward to that. So that's my reflection.
Thank you, everyone. Now we move on to Superintendent Scobie's report.
Good morning, board. So I wanted to highlight a few of the things. My report, of course, is in the package, but I really do think there's a couple things that were important that we did in the month of January. It was great to have all principals come together and present their school continuous improvement plans to the board. It was a very positive day, and it was a great professional development day as they got to share with one another, take ideas, and to do that work. So that was, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to be a part of, to listen to, and then to see the sharing. And what I really enjoyed was the comments back from the board and how you connected with each of the schools, whether they are your school in your community or whether they are just a school around the division. So that part was really positive. The other thing that was also quite fantastic to be, I was only there for a small part of it. Our assistant principals spent time with our assistant superintendents who ran a day on collaborative conversations and crucial conversations. And to see that group of people are potential leaders for the future and the work that they do now in the schools led by our two assistant superintendents, it was fantastic. And they didn't just listen, they participated, they tried, and they worked their way through all the conversations. So it was also a great day. We always worry that we don't do enough for our assistant principals. And so having a day when they're all together is very fun. In my report, I just I gave a few pictures that showed the new opening of Harry Collins's front doors. It was a big process to get all that completed. The facilities department did a fantastic job. I'm very proud of all the work that they had done. And then I always like to talk a little bit about the board's advocacy work because it is a huge part of what you do, and you advocate on many levels for what you know is important for our students. And so right now we are working our way through a levy from the Yellowhead County. It has come to the board last month, and you've said that you were going to see if we cannot have to pay that. And that we would continue to advocate for that. So it is really good. It is a strong point that you have made that educational dollars should be spent on educational purposes. And it is great to see the advocacy. And so sometimes I don't know if people know the work that you do. And I always want to show that connection back to what we do in the governance ideas, because sometimes the governance ideas are many and they are difficult and they are lengthy to take care of. So those are a few of the highlights. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions for Superintendent Scobie? You get off light. I just want to say the board, I think, really appreciated sitting through the SIPs with the principals. We tried to also spread ourselves out, not necessarily sit with our own schools. And it was a really good, it was like, okay, sorry. I was a little bit emotional those 2 days, but it was a very, very good way for this board to connect with the leaders in our schools. And I think and I thank you for bringing that together and hosting it the way it was. And it was really good. Thank you.
Just the hands up again there. I'm sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
I just had a question for Superintendent Scobie, perhaps, and maybe it's something that could be done at any time. But I quite like the organizational chart in the in your report, and obviously names will change over time. But I know it would be certainly helpful for a new trustee to have names associated with all those squares. Now I'm beginning to learn a lot of them, but maybe the next time we're together, you can just dictate which names go in which squares that I'm not able to fill in myself. But I don't know whether that's an option to include the names on the chart the way it's presented, or if that's maybe a FOIP issue. But that's just a thought that occurred to me there.
No worries. So Trustee Robinson, when you look at around the province and you look at people's admin procedures 450, many do have names that are on them. Ours don't this time. It usually means less change overall, but I think it's something that we can do and put on there. There's no FOIP worries or anything else around that in the level that we have. So nope, that is something we can certainly look at.
So Trustee Robinson moved us into your second part of your report. So did you want to address? I do have one question though for the organizational chart is where are the principals?
Right. And so one of our things that were here were to figure out how far to go up, down, and that we were going to do. So we kind of left it as that we were dealing with those positions at central office that were there. I think the one connection would be the principals would be connected to the superintendent, of course.
Just when you speak about other ones across the province,
They
principals
are included.
labeled on here. So that was just my question.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that's something we can add as well. Thank you. So we've seen AP 450, and as is written in policy, we share APs as they're updated. So we're gonna go through a few of the updates. I'm gonna kind of point to because there are a number that are here, and then there's one that we'll kind of talk about that is in the middle. It's not completed yet, but there was completions that were needed for registration. So we'll kind of talk through each of those. So we've gone through the organizational chart. The biggest difference was that we had a change. The Director of Transportation is now reporting back to the Secretary Treasurer, and payroll is reporting to the Director of Human Resources. So that was the change that was on here since December. So there's that. If there's any questions beyond the idea of principals being included and then names being included. Okay. So AP 423, which is the professional growth of teachers. I'm going to turn this over to Assistant Superintendent Rollins to bring us up to speed there.
Thank you, Superintendent Scobie. A couple of changes were made. I'll just highlight them. So in AP 423, our first changes lived in point 10 and point 10.5. And that was really just to clarify the difference between how our teachers with continuing contracts and our teachers with non-continuing contracts would submit expense claims and requests for PD. So it was just clarifying who do you send them to, because there are two different pieces, and who approves them. So just to clarify that in the AP. And then attached to AP 423 are the appendices. So Appendix B was an update to the staff because there has been staff turnover. So updating staff who sit on the ATA PG committee. That's the ATA Professional Growth Committee. So that was updating names and email addresses. That was that update. And the last piece that lives in this AP 423 was the request for professional development application form. And that was simply updated to clarify which fund allocation staff would like to apply their PD from. So those were all of the changes that were made to that particular set of APs.
Questions on those APs?
Trustee Mines?
I just have a quick question. I did see that where they get to choose. So do staff get so much professional development, say, I can't remember, was $2,000, and then they can also access $2,000 for their masters? Well, everybody should come work for Grand Yellowhead then.
That is our hope, that we can offer incentives everywhere.
Trustee Caputo?
I believe that you would now need to put, you've got amended dates, you've got like May, I think you would be putting today's date or whenever.
Correct. I noticed that this morning when I was just going over them again, that it says May 2025. We need to update to 4th of February 2026.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So we'll move on to the certificate of good health.
Herb. I'm sorry, Trustee Robinson.
Okay, thank you. Just a small detail, I suppose, in 10.5, there's a plural where maybe it shouldn't be a plural, just a typo for teachers with non-continuous contracts.
Thank you. We can correct that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go back to Dr. Rollins for AP 406, which is the Certificate of Good Health.
With your permission, Superintendent Scobie, I'm going to have our Director of Human Resources, Rochelle, respond to that, as Rochelle was instrumental in writing the AP.
Good morning, trustees. So just a couple changes here. With our ratified QP agreement, there has been a change to the limit in which they can access for medical notes. Previously, it was $50. That was renegotiated to be unlimited. So we made that change in 2.2, just indicating that if their collective agreement states otherwise, that we will comply with that. In addition, we've also added another piece beneath that, just indicating when we will accept approval of those fees. Unfortunately, we have been faced with a few situations where we've received these requests for payment coming long after the note was received, which obviously impacts our budgets. So we just implemented a 30-day window either from the medical appointment or their return to work. Just helps us, like I said, with budget management. And then in 2.3 and 2.4, just simply a change with language as to who would request these things, just with our internal process, and changing that to the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources or designate.
Any questions, trustees? Trustee Bowman?
Just for people out there not knowing, how do your staff find out about the changes to these APs?
That's a really good question. Ultimately, when we do a lot of these changes, we will share that information through HR support, our email, and send them to them when they're getting these updates. Often when we receive questions, we're redirecting people to these APs daily. So if people have questions, we're giving them the info.
Superintendent Scobie?
The other thing we do is we also work with principals to have information shared out that way. So we've done some of the work here. Some of this work is just us. And then when we have collaborative ones like we'll talk about in the future, we would do some collaborative work with schools. And it might be a principal that does it, or maybe somebody, an athletic director, or somebody else within that organization or that school that may have that inordinate amount of knowledge that we need in order to make some of those APs come alive. So we will do that way as well.
Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. In regards to 2.2.1, you say that employees must submit receipts for approved fees within 30 days of the medical appointment or return to work. And you said it's in the collective agreement. Does the collective agreement, does it reflect this too about the 30 days?
It does not. In the collective agreement, it just states the maximum and to which they are reimbursed. However, due to, like I said, some of these expenses being received over a year after they were occurred, that's why we've implemented this in the AP.
Sorry, Superintendent Scobie.
Right. And then I think the other thing to remember too is that when you have a collective agreement and we have admin procedures, the admin procedures then trump the collective agreement. So in this case, the admin procedure is what needs to be referred to.
Trustee Robinson?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is the first time since the new board where we've had a chance to, other than going on the website and reviewing it ourselves, to see APs. And I just want to say that I appreciate the opportunity to kind of see the kinds of work that staff, administration, et cetera, are engaged in terms of administrative procedures. It's quite illustrative of many things. One question I did have also, though, it was 2.4. I was surprised to see that clause, and I'm just wondering how often is that used, or what examples would there be, if I'm understanding it, where a staff member would ask the superintendent or assistant superintendent to actually ask a medical person to provide the evidence or whatever you might call it.
Yeah, and using this honestly would be quite rare. However, there may be a situation where an individual's fitness to return, for work, is maybe in question, and then that's when it would be used truly as an extreme measure ultimately. But there'd be a lot of work that would go into that would be a last resort to be used. This is a very standard clause that's used with most divisions in their APs, just as a protection piece for the division.
Okay, I wondered that. That's all right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we are going to go on to AP 353. Sorry. As we do our registrations, we have admin procedures that are referred to in the registration process. In the registration process, in the searches, it talked about the way that lockers were assigned, and the locker assigning was antiquated. The lockers are taken care of at the school level. They're done through the secretary. At a high school level, if you have a combination lock, they're given out, it's recorded. So we remove some of those items that are in there. So that's why that searches has come forward. The changes, the track changes are not in that document, but that was removed so we could put it into the registration. So that when you know two things, one, anything on site can be searched, from bags to lockers to whatever. Parents need to be aware of that. If it's brought into school, it can be searched. And then in there, refer to this locker way of getting lockers, and it required a signature and then a witness, and it wasn't practiced at all, not for years. So we removed that and we've updated it to make the registration process smoother for sure. So that's AP 353. Do you have any questions about that particular one?
Trustee Robinson?
Not a question, but just a revision for your information. 4.4 refers to itself. I think it should say fails to comply with 4.3.
We'll go back and take a look at that and make sure that it's the right one. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, continue. Oh, sorry, Trustee Bowman.
I didn't go back. I read this last night, but I didn't go back to look at anything older ones. Is this basically what was there before, but you've just tweaked it? Or yeah, okay.
100%. That's what it is. Yeah. And it's so that the registration is, when we start going through registration, because it's one of the first things we do 1 month before registration opens, we must have all of our documentation. Everything was due by January 30th. In order to do that, we have a few of the APs that needed to be updated in order to make that happen. School attendance areas is our next one that we have. And I think the idea here is, was a reference to policy 22, because I don't believe it was in there before. So the school attendance areas at the end, that was updated. So that's the change that's there.
I have a question. It was brought up at a school council meeting. Apparently there are maps of all of the other school attendance areas except for Knighton.
Oh.
So can you please, if you don't mind, looking into that?
We certainly can, and we'll bring it back to the next meeting for the
Thank you.
Attendance areas. Attendance maps. Excuse me. The next two are going to go to Assistant Superintendent Aschemeyer. Oh, hang on. That's not true. So there are two versions. So I'm just navigating what I printed off and what's actually there. The next one is about field trips. So there are a couple of different things that we are updating in the field trips. One portion is coming to you today, although there are some suggestions throughout. So the only thing that we are dealing with today is the registration form. On the registration form, what we have is each school can put down local category A field trips, category A within the town that you do commonly. So if you go somewhere and you do this often, in Mountain View, we used to go to Aerith Park. We used to go up to the cut line to gather leaves. I took kids there for photography. Any of those things, we've listed them because it's better to have them listed specifically, as in talking with Tash. And so each school has their own list so that parents do not have to do permission slips. So if you agree and it's in there and you agree to this idea, then that permission slip for those kids no longer needs to be done. They will always be notified. Everybody goes on a field trip. All the same work is done ahead of time, but the collection of permission slip for category A field trips is significantly lessened. So every school's category A's were listed on the registration form. They are being uploaded to PowerSchool. And when the registration comes for new registrations or returning student verification, March and April, they will all be ready to go. There are other items that are referred to in here. Those items have not been done yet. They were suggestions that were put in. And we need to meet with principals and others to talk about field trips. There are a few things that are picky in there that need to be looked at, and we will be looking at those, but the only changes that are currently there that are posted are about the registration. So that's what's in there for AP 260.
Is there any questions? Okay.
Okay. I'll move on to AP 251, and I will turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Aschenmeyer.
Good morning, trustees. AP 251 and 251 Form 25101 is new, and it is keeping in compliance with the ministerial order on school literary materials. So basically, it is the AP to outline the expectations through the ministerial order, and also the form for your information is for the request for reconsideration of school literary materials. This is for individuals directly involved in the school. The form is there. In the AP is the process for where that goes and what the results and how that works is there. So this is keeping us up to date. And it was posted as of January 5th because that was the ministerial order for timeline.
Trustee Bowman?
And I understand this is coming from the government. I get that part of it. So time-wise, is there an expectation of staff or teachers in their own classrooms to have to go through all of their materials and make sure that they are aligned? And who's checking that, I guess, is what I'm wondering.
Great question. Thank you, Trustee Bowman. So as of January 5th, all classroom libraries would have been reviewed by teachers, which they did. And a reminder that the criteria decreased quite substantially from the first ministerial order in July. So it had changed in September, and it was visually explicit materials. So all of our libraries have been reviewed. I was required to submit the lists of books, of which we only had 6. They let us know they received it, and we had their permission to remove them. So looking at them, the procedure, if things are purchased, we have a selection process AP as well. That clarifies what would not be purchased for a school or be present, but we have all the cataloging through our digital programs, and classroom teachers have advised through schools that if parents wish to look at their classroom selection, they are welcome to do so.
Any other questions? No? Continue.
Our last AP is AP 175, and the changes are very small. It is a reference to section 32 of the Education Act, which is in the reference section at the bottom in red. So that's just an update to the references that were there.
Trustee Caputo?
Well, just you need to change the amended to today's date or whenever at the back. Because you have July the 11th, 2023.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
And thank you for bringing these forward to us as a board. This has been a long time coming, but thank you for bringing them to us.
Absolutely.
Trustee Bowman?
I'm sorry, I'm talking way too much today. I just had a quick question because we were talking earlier about complexities in schools and so on. And when I look at protection of staff, how does it move into protecting our staff when it comes to complex children and so on? Are there APs for that as well? Or is this covering that?
So this is part of the coverage that is there. The new ATA collective agreement is also a big part of what goes on now. And some of those difficulties with students where there is danger to staff that cannot happen. So those occupational health and safety ideas must be addressed and taken care of. And even just recently within our own division, and from what I've heard, many others, that new ATA collective agreement has also made changes in how complex students, complex needs, classrooms are being taken care of. So both are being referenced for sure.
Thank you.
Oh, Trustee Bird. I was just wondering, this is for Kara. Have we heard anything more about the meeting that the Minister of Education held with professionals this summer with teachers and physiotherapists and occupational therapists on classroom complexity, that 2 weeks that they spent in the summer?
I couldn't speak to that, so I'm going to speak to with Dr. Rowlands, if herself or Director of Inclusion, that would be that area if they have any updates regarding that meeting with the minister.
Currently, we haven't received anything formal. Yeah.
And from what we understand, it appears that there will be information coming in February and in March as this is rolled out. Yeah.
It's only the beginning of February. Okay, so if we're good to move on, we'll start with department reports. Division operations monthly report. This is the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees receives a report on projects, processes, and or programs conducted by many central office departments since the last public board meeting as information. And we will start with finance.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Chair. We were going to hand off to the Director of Finance. However, when I looked at this report, I see that it's hasn't been updated for the for this report. So what I will do though is speak to these. Some of the things are from the previous meeting, but some of the big goals coming up, I guess I'll point to, is we're going to be receiving the budget. The provincial budget will be coming down in on February 27th. At that point, we will be analyzing what the implications are to the best of our abilities. And from there, we will be waiting for our funding profile in March, which will start driving the budget process. The other big rock related to budget is taking a look at our current allocation model, how things have been done in the past, things where we see gaps, and there are some, maybe even just gaps in methodology, inconsistent understanding, and taking a look at that whole big picture of what's working well, what isn't, and maybe some opportunities as we head into budget 26-27. So that'll be taking place over the next 6 weeks or so. We will be taking a look at devising the information or privacy management program. This is something that's required by mid-June by the province, that every school division has a privacy management program. This isn't necessarily in the finance department. I'm speaking to it because this falls under secretary treasurer role provincially. And this is not just about one department, it's really about procedures overall with respect to access to privacy and protection of privacy. So that will be taking place, or I guess launching. We are waiting on some, for example, ASBOA will be putting together proposed policies to take a look at. And so there are a lot of moving parts, but I wanted to flag that in case you were unaware. This is a division requirement. We will be looking at a number of administrative procedures related to finance. And that, again, maybe to clear up some urban legends around how funds were allowed to be spent, things that we couldn't spend money on. And so those types of things with respect to the budget. And so I would say those are some of the big pieces. We also received notice of our retro pay and the clawback or the recovery. And so I'll be speaking to that at the finance committee meeting, and subsequently we'll update the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Scobie.
One of the things I think you need to know that wasn't mentioned this morning by our Secretary Treasurer is the ongoing work that she's had with each of our principals and department heads working through budgets. We have made, as we have said multiple times in this boardroom, significant changes to the budget, also to the understanding of and clarity of the budget with everyone. And so the one-on-one meetings that have happened between Secretary Treasurer Taylor, the principals, other members of our central office team are significant and have been the catalyst for change as we move forward. So those things are very important and critical to what we're doing. And she didn't say it, so I thought I would. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Oh, Trustee Caputo.
I would like to thank you also in regards to developing APs. Like, this is stuff that's been happening, but now you're putting it to paper, and I'm going to use the paper and pen, especially for school generated funds. And I think that that's great. So thank you.
Any other questions? I just have one. On here it says JUPA with Grand Cache. Are we moving forward on the Yellowhead County one?
Yes, thank you for that question. We've been waiting to receive information from Yellowhead County for some time. And as luck would have it, they reached out this week to begin conversation.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. We'll move on to facilities. Director Orge. Hi, welcome.
Thank you. So are we doing, are we going to, we did, Secretary Treasurer Taylor did her update because there was things that were not on there. We can do either way you would like. Either our departments can tell you kind of their big rocks and they can explain them, or you can go back to questions. It's up to either way you would like to do it.
We'll go back to questions. Yeah. You're off the hook. Okay, any questions for Director Orge? Okay, Trustee Bowman.
I was looking at the Evansview Wildwood pre-planning for summer work, and I'm just wondering if, and this is for everybody in the public as well, like what do you have to do when a school closes as far as like the Wildwood and Evansview?
Yeah, so now that schools are being closed and being scheduled for demolition as per the agreement that we made with Alberta Infrastructure, we've actually already started having the schools box unnecessary GYPSD equipment. We actually have a full science lab and about 12 or 14 boxes at Wildwood to move, and we got a half a dozen or so boxes at Evansview. We're going to try and do that on a weekly basis. We'll make one trip out, haul boxes. We have storage rooms set up at GT with Heidi, so they'll go in, and then over the spring break, the phase 3 should be completed. GT mod is coming to an end, as you know. Like, we're scheduled for substantial completion in later this month, so hopefully that'll help. We'll get everybody moved over, high school kids moved over into their permanent rooms. We'll get the elementary end cleaned, rewaxed, refinished, ready to go. And then now when we start taking boxes out of Wildwood, they'll go directly into the classrooms and be set up for future. So.
Trustee Bird.
Well, thank you, Mr. Orge. I went into the school on Wednesday to deliver some stuff, and this is how it happened. I was mobbed in the cafeteria with about 20 grade 12s from last year, and they said, my grade 11s from last year, grade 12 this year, and they said, Mrs. Bird, we love it. It's clean, bright, and fun. Can Mr. Orge fix the rest of the school? Thank you. It's just gorgeous.
Any other questions? Trustee
Not a
Bowman?
question. I was just thinking for the people who are listening, they may not know what school she's talking about.
Harry Collins High School.
Thank you. I just have one. So you're saying Grand Trunk is on track then?
Right now, Grand Trunk is only 3.5 weeks from previous completion date, yes.
Okay.
Which is not bad after a 2-year project, I think. So
Exactly. So are we saying the end of this month?
we're just waiting for final approval on the substantial completion date. And right now that is tentatively going to be February 21st to the 29th.
Okay, thank you. I have another question, and it's come up quite a bit in the community is people want to be able to have access and get some of the tiles from Wildwood before the demolition.
That's a conversation we'll have later going forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet.
Okay, I think maybe we'll break for lunch. Is that okay? And then we'll be back at 12:30. Okay.
Yeah, that'll work just fine.
Okay, thank you. We'll recess now at 11:51. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. We're going to start now with technology. Director Lee is, hello.
Good afternoon. So unfortunately, Director Lee won't be able to make it this afternoon, but I'm more than happy to answer the questions that you have.
Trustee Acorn.
I actually have two for you. The first one is I was just wondering what you were working on with your elementary ed tech leads this month.
Yeah, so with our ed tech leads, this is the 4th year that I've been a part of that group. And so one of the things that we had asked them in the past was, how would you like to structure your meetings? One of the pieces of feedback was that they would like to have one meeting where it was just secondary and one that was just elementary, so that we can specifically target those particular needs. So with the elementaries, this was the first time we were able to meet, period, this year. So it was very exciting. We looked at getting feedback on different platforms that we have, because it's really important that our platforms reflect the needs that are in our schools. So we spent some time doing that. We also looked at different ways that you could use code.org and Codingville in the classroom for coding. And then we also started talking about student AI use and what that would look like, what guidelines should be in place, what kind of resources and supports do schools need. So we looked at that, and then we finished off by, they had some time to reflect on, what does my school need for educational technology? They spent the afternoon developing resources, teaching themselves a little bit more of code.org while still being able to pop in and out and ask questions to myself. And so that's how we spent the day for that.
Thank you. And then the other question I had for you was about the My Power Hub rollout with that new app, how that is going with parents and such.
So that was rolled out at the beginning of January. And with any piece of new technology, there's always going to be hiccups and bumps and hurdles. The team has done a really fantastic job at developing resources so that people can figure out how to troubleshoot, what's happening when, how do I click here and that. We also just finished doing 3 45-minute sessions with schools so that staff could ask questions and they are up to date about what the current state of the app is, what does the future look like, things like that. We're also always updating our schools on how is it going. Oh, we fixed this bug has been addressed. And we're talking to Power School a lot lately. So.
And if I could just add, when Candace, teacher consultant of technology, speaks to bug fixes are done by Power School themselves. I only wish our tech team members could be in the back of an application by Power School to do fixes, but essentially the bug fixes are being done by the Power School themselves. So big one was done January 5th. The day we rolled out, and it actually didn't work the way Power School had hoped. And so we are here, and I know Director Lally is on the phone either daily or a Zoom meet with them, pushing for that to get an improved bug fix.
And then for parents, do they reach out to their administration, or do they reach out to you guys, or do they reach out to Power School for it itself?
Right. Well, no, I was going to say that's part of the support too. We have parents reaching out to multiple levels of people in our organization, from trustees, and hoping that the trustees can solve the problem that is going down. What we've put out for communications, and that's many. There are many people that are reaching out, and so what we're trying to get people to do is go back to the school. The secretarial staff that is there, the administration that is there, that's a great first starting point. Technology is given ideas to the schools in order to pass along. And then if those can't be fixed, then we can do some work from there. But then they need to come to the school level so that we can then put in tickets, and those tickets are going to track. And when we have the tickets that are there that say this particular thing is a problem, then we also, when there are no tickets that are on a topic, then we can say, actually, we've received no tickets on this particular problem. And Power Hub is just one of them, but sometimes we just think there are problems and things that are going on in technology because it's new, it's hard sometimes, but there's lots of things that are happening. So if we can use our ticketing system to do it and things can come back to the office, that's the best way to make it happen. And then we can have the support that goes on.
Trustee Bird.
Thanks for all you do in technology. It's such an important part of the world now. And it's these kids being born this year, 2026, are they're called something, the kids of technology. So thank you so much, Candace, my student teacher, I'll have you know. But my question is, what's the AI timeline for student learning, like month by month now? Because I've had that question in our community as well. Thank you.
For sure, and thank you, Trustee Bird. So we started by looking at staff use of AI because we really think that staff should have more of that foundational understanding about what AI systems are, how to generally, and be able to ethically and safely use them. When it comes to student use, it's a bit of a different ballgame, especially with the change of FOIP being to ATIA and POPA. We have to look at those regulations as well. When we're looking at the student use, what we wanted to do was meet with the elementaries. Then we're going to meet with secondaries to see what their feedback is, what needs to be in place, things like that. And so hopefully by the end of the year, we'll actually have guidelines in place, resources in place so that we can safely and ethically roll out student use for AI.
Trustee Robinson?
Yeah, I think Superintendent Scobie probably answered my question. I was inferring that facilities ticketing system made reference to like a work order and support. So I think that's been answered. Correct? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. Yes.
Is there any other questions for technology? Thank you very much. We'll move on to learning services. Assistant Superintendent Aschmeyer.
Good afternoon. Happy to answer any questions or inquiries you might have with anything you had the opportunity to look over.
Trustee Acorn.
I just wanted to say again how great those SIP reviews presentations were for us. That was amazing. And I was just wondering about how the land acknowledgement is going.
I can give you a work in progress. So I will tell you that there has been collection of materials from each of our zones, and there is a video and local photography. I can tell you that the land acknowledgement itself has been presented to the Indigenous lead teachers of each school, and they have made recommendations. Those recommendations are now going to some of our elders in our areas, including the Assiniboine Nation, the Mountain Métis. We'll get that feedback, and then of course we will bring it back through you to the board.
Thank you. Trustee Bowman.
When I was reading through your extensive list, I was interested in the PD that you're planning, the Making Thinking Visible. It sounds very interesting. So I was wondering if you could explain that.
Absolutely, my pleasure. So last year, this has been something on my radar for quite some time, and that is the work of John Hattie and the work of Ron Richard and Mark Church. And what their work really entails is how do we make thinking visible for our students and how do they show their thinking to their instructors. So last year I was able to procure Erica Lusky. She jokingly calls herself the prophet of Ron Richard. She is Ron Richard trained with him in his research, his company, and she came out to Edson and worked with every principal and a lead teacher of the principal's choosing. So part 2 is happening on February 12th. It is a half day, and what they're focusing on, which came out of school continuous improvement plans the year before, and many of you heard as well in a few of them a lot about engagement. It'll be a half day virtual with Erica, and a principal and a lead teacher will be given engagement tools to go into their classrooms during the 3-hour PD and look for what are things that demonstrate engagement using a tool. They will bring that back. Then there'll be a plan for the April 20, I think it's 24th. Please don't quote me. There is a PD in April with Erica in person in our area. We'll be hosting in Hinton, and they will bring their materials back and we'll continue that work. So making thinking visible is truly about students showing their thinking as they're doing it so teachers can understand where in their thinking they've got it or where in their thinking they have gone wrong. And engagement is one of the things that comes out of doing this work with kids. There is a website called Project Zero by Harvard, and they put out lots of free resources on making thinking visible. Not that language, but it is the same idea, the same research.
Trustee Bird? Hi, that's great. Could you just tell us the premise behind the PD on Making Math Moments Leadership Summit? How to build capacity for school leaders of mathematics for our audience, please?
Yes. So Making Math Moments Leadership Summit is for system leaders and also school leaders. As you heard, we know that mathematics is a focus for our division. And through the procurement of 2 individuals who will be working starting with our Edson schools, all of them with students K to 9 on mathematics. One of those individuals, Yulana Seletsky and Betty Morris, have provided this free PD. And I'm going to throw out a name here, which is going to make trustee minds, I think, tickled about this. Joe Bowler is one of the presenters on math, and also Jim Knight on how do you coach mathematical thinking. And so it is a really great free session, and our principals have all been invited to attend. They can attend it. It is virtual and it's phenomenal. So I will have more to share back as we move forward.
Trustee Mines?
I'm curious, how many home education students are we providing the service for? And I know we have far many that do not use our services, but I'm just curious.
Yes, so I do want to define home education for our public, because home education is parent planned, parent assessed. Parents provide the assessment tools and portfolios of their students with the guidance only of a certified Alberta teacher. They can choose to do program of studies or non-program of studies outcomes. We currently have 4 individuals who are doing home education with a certificated teacher and consultant, Rayanne Miller, who is guiding them along their way and just completed the mid-year point evaluations with them.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to Human Resources with Assistant Superintendent Rollins.
Which means if you have any questions, trustees.
Sorry. Any questions? Okay, we'll start with Trustee Bowman.
On one of these points that you had ongoing amalgamation planning and support. Amalgamation of, are we talking about Grand Trunk? Is that where we're, okay. Thank you.
Trustee Robinson.
Sorry, I had to lower my hand. I got a sequence there. I just was curious what a twins report was.
Good question. And I'm going to let Rochelle answer that because Rochelle submitted the twins report.
Thank you, Trustee Robinson. So the twins report is a biannual report that we must provide, confirming all of our certificated staff members, our current certificated staff members. We also include information there, including what grade levels they teach, subjects, and this is something that is required for all school divisions in the province.
All right, thank you.
Trustee Mines.
I apologize if I might be asking this again because I missed Trustee Bowman's question, but I'm curious. I know that we are amalgamating 2 schools into another, and I just wondered, I'm assuming operations is having meetings with all the staff and figuring out what's going on, because I imagine some of the public wonder.
Yes, so from the HR perspective, we've had meetings with the principals. We've also sent out a survey just to the 3 staffs that are impacted, asking for their feedback around areas of interest, teachable subjects, things that they are interested in doing and wanting to bring forward. So we've really done sort of like almost an interest survey, so that as we start bringing these staffs together, we kind of have aces in their places. And we have also, and this is kudos to Principal Zadery at Grand Trunk currently. For example, last Friday when it was the PD Day, extended invites to have those staffs come and do their PD days on site at Grand Trunk so they can start having social connection as well with other staff. So we're doing a couple of little things right now to connect people to the school, but also to really find out what are their interests, what they were hoping to do, where they see themselves moving forward. And then of course, meeting with the principal too, for what would be operationally sound and best suited for student learning in the school as well.
That's wonderful.
Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. My question is in regards to the ongoing staffing and recruitment with career fairs. So then when you go to the career fairs, you're looking for division-wide staff to be coming in. You're not looking for just say for Edson or Hinton, but you're looking for division-wide.
That is correct. And we had a number of our HR staff and even Superintendent Scobie join in with one of the one of the career fairs, not a labor fair. Although same difference, but connecting with folk, especially young teachers that are graduating, trying to share the beauty of all of our communities, the pros of coming to all of our communities, and then of course also trying to make inroads into our French second language and French immersion teachers as well, to try and capture an audience there too. Yeah.
Trustee Bird, or did you want to go first?
Just because we were talking about amalgamation, the other thing that we have to do is we have to create a budget. So along with all of this, in order to do the amalgamation and to put in teachers in their places, with their interest in all the things that are there, EAs that will support the school, we also have to build a budget. So we're working on that part as well, because the budgeting process is the same, right? The budgeting, whether you're a K-12 school, K-5, K-7, we're working on a regular budgeting process. So that is being created. So then when we have names, places, things that are going to do, we can take that and we know what the money is that's attached to the people, that it's attached to the school, and the pupil teacher ratio, and how that's all going to be built out. So there are parts that are coming that we need to know here in the meetings that we've had. Then also the things we're going to need to know when we go, when Secretary Treasurer Taylor meets with Principal Zadery and they create this new budget, which is happening currently as well. So there's a number of things that are going on. Some of them are very public facing, some of them are very administrative, and then some are back and things that we're doing together. So just wanted to make sure we added that as well.
Thank you. Trustee Bird.
Thank you, Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent et al. How is the recruitment going? Have you had lots of interested people?
I'm going to let Rochelle answer that as our Director of Human Resources, because Rochelle has had a number of conversations with prospective teachers.
So we so far have attended the University of Calgary and the University of Alberta, and we went up to Grand Prairie as well. University of Alberta was fabulous. Superintendent Scobie had joined myself, and then we also had Gabby Lyons, a teacher or assistant principal in Hinton. And it was awesome. It was extremely busy. We talked to lots of students. It was really good. Unfortunately, it was quite quiet in Grand Prairie as well as the University of Calgary this year. I mean, we have our speculations as to why that could be, but regardless, we still engaged with students and handed out some recruitment materials and information on our division. So hopefully we see some come this year.
One of the nice things to answer your question as well is that we get resumes. I don't remember ever doing that when we were at that point, but students come with resumes, and this is what we're looking for. And it is fun when you ask students where they are from. Where did you grow up? I grew up in Castor. I grew up and they talk, and you can tell kids that have more of a potential that want to come out and see us. And when you have at the U of A, you have 3 local people who went to the U of A career fair and talked about what it's like to come back home. And that's how we talk to people. And then Gabby talks to them in French and talks to all the others that we might get. So we're selling what we believe in. We're selling that homegrown small town. When you come here, your principal is the one that interviews you. It's a big deal. And so those that want that in their lives, we're trying to make us or our organization to be the place to come. You want to come out and see us, and then you won't want to leave because it is that good to be here. That's what we talked about.
Well, and I'll just add to that too, when it comes to the resumes, we don't just take them and do nothing with them. We take them and we do follow-ups with these people. We send emails, we'll schedule Google Meets with them, have those personable conversations to try and convince them why we're so awesome and they need to come here. So, yeah.
And we do also have 2 more career fairs coming up at King's and Concordia. So they are yet to happen. And we are waiting on a couple of other places giving us dates because they just haven't announced their dates yet. That's like Red Deer. We're waiting on those.
You're hustling.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Oh, Trustee Acorn.
Just in regards to the calendar survey that is gone out right now. It's out right now, yes. So I just want to clarify for our stakeholders that this is just asking about the start date of the school, right? And when that will happen. And just if we can clarify why no other changes will be made. I've had other people reach out regarding other dates. So I was just wondering if you could explain the process as to how the calendar comes into effect in that for them.
So there are 2 options presented in the calendar survey right now, and there are a couple of differences in each, which were highlighted. Option A had different PD dates to option B. There was a slightly longer fall break versus a slightly shorter fall break. And the idea is that, we have to do a certain number of school days in a year. So they have to be those days that are met. We also have to align with our PD days. We try to be as considerate as possible in thinking about family as well. How do we match those up so families can have as much family time with their kids as well? So when we decide to craft what the calendar looks like, we take the parameters that we receive from Alberta Education and match them up with what we believe in Grand Yellow Head so that we can present options that align to all of those pieces. I don't know if I've answered your question or if I understood it correctly.
And I think the other thing to remember, this calendar was approved in principle more than 2 years. It was 2 years ago. So in principle, it was approved then. So then what we do is we came forward in the past. Sorry, this goes back a long way. A long time ago, it was approved that no school start would happen before the long weekend in September. Recently, the board made a change in the previous board that could allow for that to happen. So the year that we're on now is one of those of the 11 to 13 year process where the dates move and start, that this is one of the furthest out days of starting. So there is a potential for the second idea. That's why it's been brought forward. Some people are questioning, why don't we get to have comments? What are other changes we could make? Why did this not happen? Or they could be really picky. If you really look at the calendar, like some people have, you might say, well, there's a PD day on November 6th. And why didn't we take the Monday and Tuesday off instead of going on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday on the following week? And some of those decisions were made long enough ago that we can speculate. We don't really have those answers as such anymore. So we have the work that we can do now because it's approved in principle is we can have the later start date or the earlier. And when each of those happens, we change slightly. Fall break is one of the PD days, and April is another. But that is all that is we are talking about here. And it's only because the board, in its wisdom, said last year, I believe, that we would have this ability to do so. So that's where it's at. So we're not changing. It doesn't allow us to change everything, but it gives us enough advantage that we can change some of those things. And on the 13th, we will close the survey. We've had 1,022 responses the last time I looked, which was 3 hours ago. And so we've had a great, strong response that is there. But those are the parameters that we're working within.
And
Thank
if I'm not mistaken, we did do a survey like before and asked for feedback. So that was prior to this survey that there was one where we asked for the feedback. So I think your team would know better, but
There was a survey for sure. I've been a part of it a few different times as we've done this. The calendar is one of the hardest things to set by far. And we set it early enough to make sure that we not only talk to our stakeholders that are internal from staff and parents, but we also try and work with our partners externally. We have other school divisions that we share resources with, and other things that happen. And we have the needs, as Assistant Superintendent Roland said, about making sure that the right days are in the calendar and the right amount of hours, especially at the high school level, that are there. So there's lots to consider when doing the calendar survey. And so hopefully that kind of gives some ideas as to why the process is quite narrow. And the only reason we have this choice is because the board has allowed this to happen, which has been really, really positive, that parents get that final say.
Trustee Bird?
Here's a case where we talked about surveys last time. When surveys get this much feedback, that's a pretty reliable indicator of community needs. And so kudos. This is the proof of the pudding.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, let's move on to inclusion. Director Corser.
Director Corser is not here, so I'm going to stand in and answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Trustee Bird?
What's the news on a psychologist?
I'm going to choose my words very carefully. We interviewed, we had strong candidates, we made an offer, and they laughed at us when they heard what the salary was. So we do not have a divisional psychologist right now.
But we do have access to a contracted one?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions?
As we've spoken about in the past, the work that we're doing in inclusion and we're doing to support schools has been significant. We continue to work in many areas beyond the divisional psychologists as well, but in many other areas for best to navigators, to SLPs, OTs, right? Speech and language pathologists, occupational therapists, all kinds of supports that we have. So this has been an ongoing area, and salaries is a concern of what we are able to offer in each of those areas. So it has been the most difficult central work that we have done, where we have put the most effort into and had the least return. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you. We'll move on to transportation services and Director Van Neck. Is there any questions for Director Van Neck? Trustee Bowman.
This is just a clarifying one because I don't understand how it all works. So I was wondering, every year, do you have to look at all of the bus routes through the division and decide whether they're going to go the same way, or do you just sort of let it go status quo, and then if there's little tweaks you have to do? Like I noticed that you had in your route planning for the new school year. So I'm assuming some of that is because of the new school in Evansburg and so on, but I was just wondering if you have to do that for the whole division.
Oh, there's my button. I pushed it before. Part of our process is to do that for the whole division. Some years it could be more intense than others. This coming school year, we're looking at the Grand Trunk situation, and we have a couple of other potential situations that we might need to make some bigger changes. So we're doing some preliminary work as to, if something happens, what could we do here? Do we have the resources for this? Could this change? And with the eligibility change where only students in K to 6 who are that 1.6 or more, we look at our capacity to accommodate ineligible riders, and then that's not always a guarantee.
Any other questions? Trustee Mines?
I see you're preparing a business case for Evergreen Catholic. What is the status of that? Do we know yet, or is that coming forward to the board at a later time?
Tash, would you like to answer that?
Sure, I can speak to it. We're developing the case where Christine and I have put together some viability numbers, and things look promising. The next step is to connect with that school division to see what they think of an initial proposal, if it's within their reach financially. There are both two pieces to it. There's a capital investment that we'd be requiring from them. We would need more busing or buses. And then there's operationally what's required there as well. So you will certainly be kept in the loop as this goes.
Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. My question is in regards to driver recruitment blitz for Hinton. Are you losing bus drivers in Hinton, or are you just needing spare bus drivers? And this is a routine thing that you do all the time, or is this for Hinton?
We are always looking for spare bus drivers. We do have a bit more of a need in Hinton. And last Friday, our PD day, my team and I actually went to Hinton because we don't get out there as much as we would like. And we visited the schools and a number of places just to make sure that it's out there that this will be a great job for someone. And we're definitely looking for more spare drivers at this time. We had a couple resumes come in, so that was really exciting. And
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We'll move on to communications with Director Gilks. Sorry, I keep waiting. I'm so sorry. Is there any questions for Director Gilks? You got off easy. Well, thank you all for all the work you do. We appreciate it very much. We'll move on to administrative report 11.2, outcome-based assessment reporting. The recommendation is that the board receive information on the outcome-based assessment process and the outcome-based digital reporting tool. And I'm just going to say that I asked for this report and I thank you for this. And go ahead, Superintendent Scobie.
Right, we're going to turn this over to our Assistant Superintendent Ashton Meyer with the work of herself and her team that have made this happen.
And I do want to publicly acknowledge the two individuals who needed to be on the road for Teachers Convention. And also, so Director Lyle Lee is the anchor of the technology team. Unfortunately, he's not with us today, but he really works very strategically, comprehensively with our two teacher consultants that work with technology. And it's unfortunate they couldn't be here because I think a large part of what you see before you in a report is due directly to our teacher consultants, the work on the ground, the work as educators with teachers. So what you have is, I hope, a very comprehensive report to really outline for each of you a 9-year and ongoing process. It is not finished, but it began 9 years ago. And 9 years ago, it began with education and really looking at assessment practices and research-based. How are our teachers doing? What are we doing? And so that began in 2017. Then you will take a look at some more details with specificity there. But the reason it came to light 9 years ago, and I want to share for our public, we had over 23 different types of report cards. So to put that in perspective, we have 17 schools. So that meant that there were schools with multiple versions of report cards within each school. And it was really important that our teachers are assessing soundly and great in their classrooms. But moving within our division, parents who have students in a home in one town and the other child lives with the other parent and the reports are different, very, very important to have that cohesion. So grade 6, we did pilot. After 1 year of full mandatory utilization, a survey was sent to gain feedback on the tool itself. And I do want to share with everyone that at the end of this full year of a grade 7, 8, 9 reporting tool that is digital, we will be sending a survey to parents of students in 7, 8, 9, our educators, our principals of 7, 8, 9, and we're looking for feedback to improve the digital tool. We do know, and we had a report a little earlier which spoke to my Power Hub. We do know that that's feedback that we're currently getting, but we're looking to fine tune the actual digital report. In terms of outcome-based assessing, this is the research that states that it is better for ongoing student learning, and that's why we will continue with the criteria-based achievement. So excelling, meeting, proficient, below, those terms will continue. I do want to share that, I had the fortune of attending a couple of different school councils, and I wanted to share one of the things that came up in one of those meetings is, how do we know where our junior high students would be in terms of honors awards? And so I want to take this moment to publicly thank Heidi Zattery of Grand Trunk High School, soon to be Grand Trunk School. Heidi was not one of our pilot 7, 8, 9 schools, but she knew that this is the way to outcome for learning. And so in doing that, Heidi and her team at Grand Trunk created an incredibly specific criteria for awards. They have an award for the top academic student in the grade. They have an award for the top excellence in a grade. There are 4 different categories, and I don't want to, misguide the language and the work that Ms. Zattery has done with her team. That information has been shared with our grade 7, 8, 9 schools that have those grades. There is a very clear way to look at academic achievement of students, whether it's a number or it's a criteria performance piece. And the other piece I wanted to highlight, and again, sad that our ATA members needed to get on the road, but the work that Adam and Candace did and is ongoing is the work of our educators coming together to reword the outcomes if needed, to tweak them. It is an iterative cycle for our educators. So K-6 has gotten so incredibly comfortable with it now that they meet and they have suggestions, and the team then does those changes around the educational lens of the way outcomes are worded. The other piece, as I said, will happen after the end or close to the end of this full year of all 7, 8, 9 students having it. And teachers will be asked to come and look again at the teacher, and when I say teacher created, they are outcomes governed by Alberta education, but the language and the way they are written is designed by our expert teachers in the classrooms. And so we will continue to do that work. And in fact, on the division report, the technology team has invited grade 6 French immersion, language arts, and literature teachers to come to meet to go over that grade 6 new FELAL is the abbreviation for it, to say what changes do we need, what needs to be tweaked, what are we doing with the outcomes, because you're in the classrooms and we want to iteratively make this the best process. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Hopefully I'll be able to, as I said, the individuals who are working one-on-one and have been for, I myself have been working on it since 2017 in a different role. But I will tell you that Adam Fragamini and Candace Gilks have been in the classrooms one-on-one, and Adam as well continues support of very few individuals who maybe are still struggling with making that change from the only way they've ever known, and maybe are still having a hard time with that. They are sitting side by side with them. And that participation and support is ongoing as needed. So any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay. We'll start at the end. We'll go with Trustee Bird.
Start with the oldest one because Verb's not here. I'm just making sure he's awake. All right, that's just wonderful. This is a suggestion from governance to operations. Would it be possible to share Heidi's award process? Because Alberta Ed standards with the outcome based, like with proficient and excellent and however she does it, right? I mark English 30. That would be neat to share her process of that with the other schools so they get a little taste of it.
Turn myself off. Thank you, Trustee Bird. So Trustee Bird, that is an operational item, but obviously, as I said, it's shared with our schools and that process as well. And Heidi has shared with me, and I've shared that communique with our schools on here is what their team in the school, how they put it together was a collaborative approach of teachers. And that's how they did that. Her model has been shared as an exemplar to what could happen. And again, schools, the more our schools are engaged in understanding their community, their stakeholders, their students, each school may wish to tweak it. So for example, I know that Knighton School has a legacy award, and I learned about that, and I think it's a wonderful piece. The legacy award is easily met by the criteria proficiency scale. So Dave McDougall has seen it as well. He and his teacher team, will be looking at it and knowing the process.
Could you share it with us? Could we get a copy of the schools as a board, just so that we get this?
We can totally take that away and then bring it back for our next meeting.
Thank you. Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. I noticed that parent information nights, you had 3 virtual sessions in June 24, June 25, and December 25. You had 50 parents in attendance. Can you tell me those sessions were not all the same? They were not all the same sessions. They would have been different, correct?
2 of them were based on, one was based on K26 and 2 were based on 789. And the third one was at the request we heard from some stakeholders wanting to understand the process and why we were doing what we were doing. That was the one in December was stakeholder request.
Okay. So out of those 50 parents that attended, can you tell me, this would have to be a rough estimate or a guesstimate, how many parents could have attended if we were to have everyone attend?
Wonderful. And Director Lyle Lee, hopefully I'm going to make him proud, but we have a Zoom license for 1,500 people, I believe.
That could have attended. Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I just have one. I just need clarifying because I think I misheard before, but the survey isn't coming after the first report card. It's coming after the second report card in June.
That's correct. We do want to have a full experience, and we are aware of the My Power Hub issues, which do not directly impact the report card, 2 different pieces, but it is another, difficulty, and we acknowledge that. We want our parents and stakeholders to have been engaged in this and our students for almost the full year. We, of course, will not leave the very end of June and ask people for feedback because we will not get that. And in that survey, I also want to share that we do not collect Gmail addresses for that survey. Therefore, you do not need Gmail to actually answer the survey. So that was an inquiry of a parent, and I wish to, I did investigate that on their behalf, and so happy to share that info here. You'll be able to answer the survey irregardless of a Gmail or not.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for that report. Much appreciated. We'll move on to 11.4 administrative report, or sorry, 11.3. Insurance and litigation report. The recommendation is that the board receive this update as information, and due to the sensitivity, we're going to move into closed session. Can I have somebody make that motion, please? Trustee Bowman. Okay.
I just want to make sure, Herb, you're going to try what we talked about. Camera and microphone on mute here and try and connect through Google Meet in the other venue.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Could I get a motion to move us out of camera? Trustee Mines at 1:46. We're going to move on to administrative report. 11.4. Annual Occupational Health and Safety Report. Recommendation is that the board receive the annual report on the Occupational Health and Safety OH&S program for Grand Yellowhead Public School Division as information. And over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Right, so we are going to, hi. Nice to see all of you. We're going to pass this over to Thomas Roberts to do our report, please.
Yeah, if you have any questions, I'm free to answer.
Does anyone have any questions? I just have one. Just in your governance implications, the focus is on the division's 4 priorities, not 3. Thank you. Wow, the board feels it was very well done report. Very clear, concise.
Thank you very much.
Is there anything that you would like to speak to at all?
Not necessarily, no.
A man of few words.
Very, very few words.
Well, thank you for putting this together for us. We really appreciate that. It's very informative.
Thank you.
I'm just not sure if Trustee Robinson would have had any questions. We're just kind of waiting for him to just, if you want to just hang about. So sorry for the delay, but we're just waiting for, I thought maybe Trustee Robinson was already on. Does anybody want to sing? I just wondered if Trustee Robinson had any questions for this report. For Mr. Roberts.
I'm just taking a look at the screen. Herb, I know we could hear when I was on the phone with you, so I know you can hear kind of what's going on. Are you able to unmute your microphone so you can talk so we know that you're there? Yep.
Okay, so you are dismissed. Run. Move on to 11.5, financial update, first quarter 2025-2026. Recommendation is that the Board of Trustees receive the additional information related to quarter 1 financial update. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. We're going to go to our Secretary Treasurer, Tash Taylor, to complete this report. And I'll try and get Mr. Robinson online before I do the next one.
Thank you, trustees. This is a carry forward, or I would say a follow-up from the last board meeting on some of the questions the trustees had, specifically around some of the some of the variances in the amounts and what they actually were. So our director of finance added in notes just to clarify what some of those revenue pieces were and expenses, and why some things looked like $1,000 and what's the one, and so that's what this report is. It's just adding a little bit of detail that we didn't have in the last report and answering those questions.
Does anyone have any questions? It's unfortunate Trustee Robinson isn't here. I just one quick thing. Line 20, other interest and financial charges, that's the one. What is this online and debit machine fees? What is the Monoris?
Oh, okay, that's the Interact.
Okay, so that's what our schools use?
Yes.
Okay.
And we have a few different things, but so that's why debit machine for collecting fees or field trip fees and that sort of thing, or if they're at a dance and they're using some debit machine to buy, you know, some candy. Yes, thank you. Those kinds of things. And so the bank or typically it's a bank, Moneris is a provider. They have a fee associated.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Robinson, did you have any questions regarding the Q1 financial report update?
I was looking at the bottom line where it's talking percent actual to spring budget. I see the spring budget itself in the very left column is in brackets, so that suggests a deficit. But then in the percent actual to spring budget, it's a minus sign. And it seems to be saying 1,608%, but it's not in brackets. That's just confused me a little.
Thank you. It's a formatting issue. And the other thing I should mention is, I think it was mentioned at the original, that this is still a spring budget. We're just finalizing an updated budget based on our fall enrollment numbers, the retro pay, the recovery clawback money. So we do have a fall budget that will be coming for next quarter updates. So we'll note that for next time on the formatting side. These are reports that we pull from the system. That's not maybe the best system, but something we can adjust manually. And going forward, we will make sure to include these notes on the report.
So is that a minus 1,608% accurate?
Yes.
Okay, just because of the.
And it's a comparison to the amount there, but it's only a point in time. It's the Q1 against the entire
the
annual
full year.
budget.
Gotcha.
But I appreciate this feedback because it can help adjust the clarity for future reporting.
And it just reflects the negative 500% that was other expenses, which is listed here as transportation chargeback for services. So field trips.
That's right. And things like, back to the note of when it says negative 500%, we will maybe, we'll maybe reflect this differently. That's maybe a little more intuitive.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move on to 11.6, administrative report, Fulham Community School decision timelines. The recommendation is that the board receives a report regarding the decision timeline for Fulham Community School. And over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
I had to find mine, which I now have. So we've given a bit of background that we are presenting today. And so what you'll see is there are some background of some of the things we've done over the last year with Fulham Community School, with engagements, engagements at the site, visits to the site, talking with the previous board, things that have been there. And then when you kind of come to the second page and you're moving from February right now, so these are the ones that we're engaging in currently. So February 2nd, board and superintendent meet with Fulham Community School staff. That took place on Monday. Today, we're going to release this timeline. On the 18th, the Secretary Treasurer, Tash Taylor, and myself will go out to meet with staff and the school council. There's been some questions that were asked of us. We're going to bring some answers back to them and hope to have that. February 20th, we'll do a notice of a special meeting that will be held on March 4th. On March 4th, there'll be a special board meeting, administration to present viability of Fulham Community School. The public will be invited to present to the board. Details of those presentations will come forward as we move forward in the month. And then April 15th, the public will be invited to present to the board as well. There'll be board deliberation and then a decision at that board meeting. So those are the details that we have currently and the upcoming dates that are there. And that report is for information.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions? Trustee Bowman?
Sorry, are you also meeting with the community out there as far as like the questions that you're oh, I see, it says school council. Never mind. Sorry, I didn't read far enough.
That's okay.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And now we'll move on. We'll go through our trustee committee reports. We'll start with policy committee.
Thank you. I think you heard enough of me today, but you're going to hear some more. The policy committee met yesterday. We did a lot of work, and thank you to the policy committee. So coming forward in March, we're going to have two policies. Policy 8, which is committees of the board. And we're also going to be coming forward with policy 19, which is recognition of staff. That one will also be coming forward. What we also did yesterday is we checked policy 11, and that's board delegation of authority. And we found that there was no changes that needed to be done on that policy. So just so that you know, everything is fine with that policy. That would be, I believe that would be it. That would be it. Thank you.
I think the one thing that you on your committee added to policy 11 was reviewed. A line at the very bottom where it says approved.
Yes, review.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, just 1 second.
Sorry, I didn't have that on my sheet here. Policy 7 is board operations, and oh no, we weren't
coming forward in March.
No, I thought we were going to wait and do the change and then do that in April. No. Okay. And then also policy 10 then will be coming forward.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Caputo. Recognition of Employees Committee. Oh, did you have something? Sorry, Superintendent. Oh.
We met with Nikki and had a meeting about what the Recognition of Employees Committee looks like, what it does, just to give Trustee Acorn and I an idea of what we're supposed to do. And from that, which is why the policy is coming forward next month, we have a couple of changes that we want to make. And we have some other ideas that we're going to bring forward to the board later on.
Thank you. Board Planning Seminar Committee.
For the Board Planning Seminar Committee, we had we've been discussing some new ideas. And again, we have some things that we'd like to bring forward to the board at a later meeting about changes that we'd like to see done to that policy. So,
thank you. Negotiations, CUPE ATA Bus Driver Committee.
Well, we got the policy, the agreement ratified. So that was done earlier today.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee, we postponed. We were going to skip this month. We needed more time for Committee of the Whole, so we did not have finance this month.
Thank you. Health and Wellness.
Nothing new as of yet. Our next meeting is February 25th, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Ad hoc committee, Wildwood Transportation, that is myself. We met on January 20th and transportation had brought out maps of the current routes that are transporting students within Wildwood and to Grand Trunk, the high school students, or junior high and senior high. And then also proposed routes, also a proposed fourth route with some cost to that. The committee was actually very impressed and enjoyed seeing exactly what is going on in Wildwood. We were kind of happy to see if we bring on a fourth bus route that we will be changing the times from about 15 to 20 minutes. And roughly if we add the fourth route on, otherwise they would just stay the same if we don't. So we're going to be looking at the cost and we will be, operations will be coming back to the committee and we will be meeting again in about April. Yeah, I think that was it. Trustee Acorn, do you have anything to add? Okay. Superintendent Scobie or Director Van Neck? Okay. Okay, thank you. It was much appreciated, all the work you had done for that. Okay, board representatives, PSBC.
PSBC has been putting on a series of webinars, 2 per week, throughout the month of February and will continue, or sorry, throughout the month of January and February. Various trustees have been attending these webinars. Tomorrow, 4 trustees are attending the PD from Public School Boards. What is it? Conference. Oh, I can't remember the name, but anyhow, and then 2 trustees will be attending the business meeting on Friday.
ASBA Zone 2-3.
That was on January 16th, and I sent my notes to everyone, and later I sent out the minutes to the trustees as well.
Okay, thank you. So future business meeting dates open to the public March 4th, 2026, public board meeting 10 a.m. Closed to the public March 11th, 2026, committee of the whole 9 a.m. Is there any notice of motion? Okay, seeing none. How about future agenda items? No. Closed session. We will be moving into closed session for labor and land infrastructure. Can I have somebody make that motion? Trustee Acorn at 2:05. Could I have a motion to come out of camera or come out of closed session, please? Trustee Bird at 3:04. Well, everybody, we're at the end of our meeting. Sorry. Nope. Action in response to closed session, none. And can I have a motion to adjourn? Trustee Mines at 3:04.